and it's kind of pretty close to that descending trend line, the angular resistance it broke out of. It is all kind of in that area. So I mean, confluence is sort of what higher lows are all about. Finding the confluence, finding the areas with the most amount of confluence, I guess, and place your bets.
Yeah, I was kind of
Obviously,
hoping it was a. Sorry.
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was hoping it was a fake out to draw in some more shorts, but let's see.
Yeah, me too. It did leave some vectors behind on the 5 minute, and I mean, I'm sure the 15 minute is just a big red vector. The problem is we've now lost the 50 on the 15 minute. We've lost the 50 EMA, and we've lost the 200 EMA on the 5 minute. They're really kind of both like almost the same moving averages, but it would be nice to see it try to build some support either here or just below here, like at that number I mentioned. The volume profile. I mean, most of the high volume nodes in the volume profile is stuff that like we already touched. We actually dip below it, then bounce back with almost like a V-shaped recovery looking type thing. So maybe we just didn't build quite enough consolidation. Maybe it just has to, scoop down a little bit to pick up some more buyers, and hopefully if buyers show up and demand steps in, it will produce that higher low for us. And we can continue the breakout. The type 2 traders, like Dbloc likes to call them, is like, they buy the retest or the higher low.
Another hour and a bit for New York, so let's see what they do before they close.
Yeah, man, I didn't even like manage my whole stock portfolio today. I'm kind of ashamed of myself because I feel like I should have addressed it more, but I just had so much other stuff going on. Such a busy man these days. Anybody tells you that it's anybody tells you that it's fun being busy is lying. But it's for the greater good. So I feel an obligation. And it feels as though it's my duty to do the best I possibly can.
Yeah, not fun being busy.
No, man, it's a pain in the ass. I miss the days where I never traded and all I did was smoke weed with my buddies.
Oh, this trading thing's bad for you. Very addictive.
Yeah, dude, I had to explain that to someone the other day, or not even the other day, like this morning actually. Like I had to explain that to someone that they were like, "This is so awesome! Like this is getting really addicting." I'm like, "Yeah," I'm like, "But be careful because it is addicting, and also understand and realize that it's not always this easy. It's gonna like you're gonna take some losses, so like don't get spoiled."
So tempted to trade without stop losses, you know. Got stopped out so much today.
Yeah, but they're there for a reason. I mean, like here's my motto: don't force the trade, trade the force. Like look at what entry makes the most amount of sense. Like look for high quality setups. Like don't just like they have that saying like, it's quality over quantity. Look for quality setups. Like you don't have to be in a trade all the time, and also like if you're gonna enter a trade, like like carefully consider it and like ask yourself like, does this really make sense to enter here? And if your methodology says to put on the trade, then put on the trade. Use risk management and hope for the best. But I realized a long time ago that like me trying to do the high frequency trading stuff, like it just doesn't work for me. So I just like focus on trying to find really high quality setups, ones that have good potential to like be long lasting. And I don't know, I take those and then I don't stress about it. I'm just like, okay, I'll give this one a shot today, and then see how it goes. Hopefully it goes well. Hopefully all my targets get hit, and if they do, hopefully I stop out the rest of the position in the profit, and that's that's the best I can really ask for. But I do kind of feel like I sense the tide turning a bit. Like these altcoins might be starting to get some sympathy plays pretty soon, as long as Bitcoin's able to hold its shit together.
Yeah, I thought that today as well, but nothing really moved that much.
The S&P needs to make a move, dude. And really, I was just saying to somebody else that the Nasdaq, it's really it's really a lot more so about AI these days. So I think I'm going to start tracking the Nasdaq and make that a priority over the S&P. And this, as far as today goes, there is a gap. Excuse me. There is a gap to the upside on the Nasdaq between 25,600 and, well, I guess 25,620 and 25,640. So it's a small gap, but it is there, and it's above the price. So I would think that if not traders, then algorithms would want to try to make a push to go fill that gap. I have no idea why the price is down today. I know that there's some stuff going on with like tariffs and whatever, but I think we uh I think we came to the conclusion earlier that they're not actually going to be announcing anything today. They're going to do it tomorrow. So I don't know if this daily candle is gonna. I don't know if it has a chance to close green at this point on the Nasdaq. But the gap, where the gap is, I'll just say from the current price, where the gap is 0.7% up, almost a full percent away from where the price is now. Now 1% move on the Nasdaq is like pretty huge. It's not the same as Bitcoin. It's a bigger deal when Nasdaq makes 1%. So I would think that, like, if it does that, the Bitcoin would definitely get a sympathy push. But Bitcoin might be left to its own devices at this point, because the market's about to close. We only have like a little more than a half hour. It is power hour, but we only have like a little more than a half hour left before the market closes, and then Bitcoin's kind of on its own. But that might be a good thing, because without influence from the stock market, it might be able to do some cool stuff.
Hopefully. Yeah, that's probably why markets are down today, or not moving today because of tomorrow's tariff announcement.
Yeah, maybe they're spooked. Maybe, maybe everyone's kind of just like, the market hates. The market absolutely hates uncertainty. So whenever there's anything that's uncertain or tends to spook people about macroeconomic stuff, a lot of times they tend to just sell, which I don't know why. Because if they didn't, they only do it because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. They're like, oh, this is going to make other people want to sell. I want to sell first to get out before them, and then those people sell, and then the next people are like, okay, well, it's going down, so I need to get out before it goes down further, and then they get out, and when they sell, the price goes down more. And then before you know it, there's people underwater that are like, oh crap, I need to get out now before it gets any worse, and then they start to panic sell, and it goes down even further. So it just becomes this cascading event, and then especially when there's liquidations involved. Like if too many people got too aggressive on the longs, like for Bitcoin specifically, then they might become a target of liquidation, like a liquidation hunt. But it doesn't seem like they're getting too aggressive at the moment. Like on the 5 minute, there's really hardly anything. But it does look like a lot of, unfortunately, it does look like a lot of the shorts have closed. Which, yeah, that is really unfortunate because I was hoping they would stay open and just get wrecked. That was sort of part of my whole thesis for this trade. So it's a bit of a game changer. But yeah, we'll see if we can hold some of these levels. I don't know. If we can at least maintain a higher low by the time the market closes, like I think that'll be a good sign. And then we have an hour to kind of do what we need to do. Then CME will close for 1 hour. Uh, once CME closes, there'll probably be a lot less volume. But I mean, like it really does seem like for Bitcoin specifically, like the sentiment has been pretty bullish today. Just looking at the chart, like I'm not talking about like listening to people talking about it. I'm just like looking at the chart, and it kind of seems like the sentiment is optimistic. At least it certainly was before we just got these like big drop candles. We started getting about 20 minutes ago or so. Like
Yeah. I was just listening
pretty much
in.
up until a half hour ago. What's up? Sorry about that.
All right. So another way of looking at it, which I've been listening. So what I did, and again, this is just me, but I took a fib from the low to the high, right? So pretty much whatever from the vectors on the bottom up to the top, right? So
Yep.
golden pocket is right here, roughly 90,000 even, right? Now, also I did a parallel channel, ascending parallel channel, right? Measured the width of the channel on that same movement. Took that measurement, that dropped me back equally to 90,000, and then you have the high node, which you can see on Dbloc's chart, also aligning on that. So the way I'm seeing it is this is the first step. We're kind of flagging out right here from this recent drop, the last, whatever, 30 minutes. And I think we have one more pretty much equal drop to that area, which right now we're coming into the time of the market where a lot of people are closing out for the day. So it tends to be a good time to short normally between 3:30 and 4:30. So that's what I'm keeping my eyes on. Just figured I'd chime in and maybe give you guys another way to see things or another aspect to look at it. But we'll wait and see.
Yeah, cool, man. Thank you for your contribution. I do see a lot of the same things you're seeing as well. I would have hoped that it would hold up at like, a couple $100 higher than that instead of going all the way back to 90K, but hey, I mean, if it wants to spend a little bit more time at 90K or even below it, then maybe that's where the buyers are. Maybe there's just not enough buyers up here for it to really continue, but I mean, I'm betting on the long side as far as right now. Like I don't have any short-term scalps. Like if I was gonna go short, I would probably still wait for a different entry rather than go short right here. But I'm sticking with the long side for now, just because it seems like that's the way that like the momentum kind of really still is going. Like, yeah, we've lost bullish momentum on the 5 minute, but the 15 minute we still clearly have bullish momentum. It's just that we fell below the 50, so that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I get it. And yeah, I'm definitely bullish. I'm not shorting into this, this is the midweek reversal. We were up late last night trying to, well, I was trying. I got stopped out, but yeah, I woke up this morning and had a whole bunch of regrets. You know, I should have stayed up a little longer. I could have caught that nice turnaround on the bottom. But either way, I
No,
was
no regrets.
this,
There will be another one. I promise there
yeah,
will be
yeah.
another one.
Unfortunately, I was on such high leverage that yeah, whatever, got my ass handed to me. But whatever, it's trading. It happens.
What would be really cool is if we could get some bullish momentum going on the 30-minute. I hardly ever look at the 30-minute, but my friend brought it up the other day. I started looking at it. We also do have this blue vector that's kind of a threat, but I think that's already kind of been mitigated. Is blue vector on the 1 hour? Yeah, kind of. It took back more than half of it, so that shouldn't really be. I mean, I think half would suffice, but obviously it could always take back the whole thing. The stopping volume candle that came right before it, though. I mean, you had like a um earlier this morning on the trade. Me and Emad were talking about it. We're saying we had this mega stopping volume candle on the 4 hour. Then we also had one on the 1 hour. So the 1 hour was there to support it, but then also it formed on the 4 hour as well. So in my mind, I feel like unless that stopping volume candle gets invalidated, like I don't think my trade is in any immediate danger. Like this 200 EMA on the 4 hour. Um, we haven't closed below. We only closed one 4 hour candle below it, and the next candle dropped down, but it put in like a bullish divergence in the RSI, and then it formed that big mega stopping volume candle. And also again, like on the 1 hour, it was too. So pretty much the 89.9 area, as long as it stays above there and it's a higher low, then I don't really see any immediate cause for concern. But obviously, if we lose that level, things change.
Another bullish confirmation that I watch is the Fu Manchu or market cipher on the 15 when you have money flow crossing over, right? And VWAP coming up to break zero compared to the 4 hour where you have money flow coming in and you're looking to get a green dot again. So it looks like that's going to be building soon. So we should be getting some lift off relatively soon. Plus, again, midweek reversal. We're expecting this thing to go up.
Yeah, for sure. I'm
Got
counting on that
two.
midweek reversal too.
Wonder if that's all it had for a midweek reversal.
Oil is ripping, by the way. That's probably because Trump was like proposing a 500% tariff on Russian oil. So oil is absolutely ripping. What else? MicroStrategy making a recovery. Semiconductors are going down, surprisingly, but that doesn't really bode very well for crypto, because they're kind of connected in a way. Wondering if I should sell some stuff. The Russell 2K is going up. Not necessarily ripping, but it's going up. Real estate is going up slightly, very slightly, but enough, I guess. Tesla's positive by almost 2% today on the day. Circle is up 1.6% on the day. China is up, well, it's up for the day, not very much. But yeah, China's up probably about 1/3% on the day for their large cap index. Copper's still negative for the day, 0.67%. Apple is still negative on the day, 1.3%. Oracle is down 1.5%.
What's the correct way to draw flags? So for a bear flag, do you use the where it hits the lower section, and for the bull flag where it hits the upper section, or other way around?
Upper section or lower section? I'm not really sure what you mean by that, but I mean I can share my chart and try to walk through it with you.
Yeah, that'll help.
Hang on a second, let me just bring it up real quick. I can't get these out of here though. Just give me 1 second to sort of clean things up. Yeah, I'll bring it right up. Actually, I can just delete that. All right, let me bring up my sorry, let me bring up my chart. I can show you my chart. Just let me know when it's Qui-Gon Jinn. Let me know when
Yeah, I
you're
got it. I
ready
got
to.
it.
Alright. All right, so a bull flag versus a bear flag. I guess they kind of have really two different shapes. Here, let me just sort of start out by, I'm just gonna mute this because this is distracting. So if I was to just draw out the basic shape, I would do it like this. So a bull flag comes from a move up. So the point of origin is up. Hang on, let me make this brighter so that you can see it. All right, so the origin of the move is up. And then there's usually a consolidation, whether it be like a 90-degree angle or like, you know, a slight downward angle. There's usually some sort of consolidation. So this right here sort of forms this flag type of look, and the natural sort of outcome of that would be ideally like sort of a break above and retest of the that current zone that it's in. So say this is the bull flag. It kind of like makes a move up. Just get a different tool. Let me get my brush. Sort of comes up, makes this move up. You know, maybe it's not quite straight like that, but it'll make this move up, and then it will consolidate in sort of a descending channel a little bit before eventually, like ideally, if a bull flag is to be successful, it will break out to the top side, come back down and retest the top of the flag, and then push up and continue. So it's a bullish continuation pattern. I mean, I'm sure you know that already, but and then the measured move for that breakout, if it is successful and it does break out, if you know, if it has a successful breakout and it retests and everything and it continues up, you know, you would take the measured move. Some people take it from the breakout point. Some people take it from the bottom of the flag where it bounced. And that's sort of how you get your measured move. You kind of find out where it started. So say the price action is just kind of like sideways, and then you get this nice move up, consolidation in a like a descending channel or like a sideways channel, break the previous highs, come back, retest the top of the flag. So like say like I mean I'm sure there would be, if there was consolidation, there'd probably be some sort of trend line. And you know, you would just look for a breakout retest of that. If you're not already in an entry, because it's kind of risky to play a continuation pattern unless it's fully formed. And the way that it gets fully formed is like, you know, you kind of have that breakout for confirmation, and then the retest is like the second confirmation. So ideally you would want to look for an opportunity to get in there. It doesn't always give you that opportunity because sometimes it just breaks and goes. So sometimes if you like to push your luck, you can try to catch an entry there, but it is dangerous because at any time this flag could kind of just break down and do a move like that. So you'd have to keep your stops pretty tight if you were going to do something like that. And then also up here, you might have more confirmation on the entry, but as soon as it falls back into the flag, you should probably get out. So that's
Okay, so
sort of
yeah.
the idea
Another
of
thing
a
about
bull
your
flag.
another thing about the flag. I don't know if you said it already. I'm sorry, I just came in here. If you draw from the bottom of the flagpole to the top of the flag with Fibonacci, the flag usually, if it gets past the 385 or the halfway point, it fails. And that's usually where the bottom of the flag is.
So you're saying like the point from when the flag starts, like the flagpole starts to here?
Yes,
Like,
exactly. If it were the 385, 382, it's usually where it fails. And if it doesn't fail there, it'll if it gets past the 5, it's going to fail. Like almost
yeah,
certain.
like I'd say he's pretty spot on with that. Like I've seen a bunch of bull flags
That's a
fail
real thing.
because
If you look it up, you'll see that's a real. That's not me coming up with that. That's a known thing.
oh,
No, so
okay.
the
Well, I
issue
mean,
I'm having is, you know, price doesn't always hit top and bottom of that range. So when you're first drawing out the flag, do you use like the upper price limit to draw the first line and then do a parallel channel down? Or do you use the bottom price action to draw the line and then use the draw
yeah.
the channel up?
So for me, I usually look for the tops. So I will try to do my best to adhere to making these tops connect, and then you know you can plot the bottom out, and then you see in this case here, it really kind of broke down because ideally, if it wanted to be a bull flag, it would have been kind of more shaped like this, or it bounced off the bottom of that channel, and then came up, broke. So it kind of failed as a bull flag. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that it's not going to go up, but this one in particular kind of failed as a bull flag. So, you know, you had the where did I get a fib from? You had this sort of, you had this move up, strong move up, consolidation in this channel, but then it broke out the bottom of the channel. Now, what Randall is saying is, if it loses the 0.5, it's usually a goner, and the bull flag becomes invalidated. So you could kind of like try to like just sort of
The angle of that flag, I would say the 382 is probably the fail point.
yeah, because it really is like it's not the channel is so steep.
Usually, it's the
Right.
382 is the bottom of the flag. The 5 is just like last ditch. Yeah.
Yeah, 5. I definitely after this, I'd say it's over. It might not
That
like
flag is also
I think
angled very deeply. Like if it was more of like if it was not angled as deep, it would the 05 would be like more reliable. But it's already breaking structure at the 382.
yeah. I mean, well, it kind of found support there, you know. Like
And
I drew this
if it
box.
fails, does it
It made the
use like
reverse. Still,
measured moves, like the
Sorry, go
channel
ahead.
width? Sorry. So when it fails, is the channel width, the measured move down?
The channel wick.
The channel width.
Um,
So like from top to
oh, the
bottom of the
channel
channel.
width.
So like
Okay.
a bearish channel.
Well, yeah, you know, I guess you could kind of say it like that. To me, in my opinion, this bull flag kind of failed right here. Like I'll show you.
I agree.
I'll show you exactly where I think it failed. Was
Yeah, I saw it fail. I watched it fail. I was
So,
like, don't
It's the only
fail.
way that doesn't fail is if it makes a bigger bull flag and a new structure. Like,
yeah, there was this move down, this move up, this move down to the channel. I would have liked to have seen him move back up, and then if it like it could have either broke out and retested there, or it could have come up, rejected, came back down, held right here one more time, and then went for the breakout after that. After it got a running start, maybe retested the 200 EMA, but it just dipped below the 200 EMA, found resistance there for a minute, and now we're getting back above it. It's working on the 50. So, in my opinion, we kind of lost this channel. If anything, so I know we're on the topic of bull flags and discussing what they are, but to be honest, this is an M formation. You know, you got a lower high. So what the measure move that you would really want to look for in this case would be, you know, the left side of the M, so the high point of the M. Like once you get that lower high in there, if you break this level, then you're supposed to look for the measured move for the M pattern, which would be here. So the neckline is like, you know, right where this red line is, the 236, and you take a measured move from the top of that wick to the neckline, which will just that red line there will suffice, and you kind of get this. That's the measure move you would kind of be looking for, which is also like that level that I was saying has, you know, an awful lot of confluence, because we've got this consolidation here, we've got this previous top here. It's the 0.5 retracement level from this sort of like micro move up. If you draw a fib from trough to peak, you get that 0.5 resting right about there, and it's now we have a fourth level of confluence that is this measured move from this M pattern. So we'll see if it's able to get back above the 50 on the 5 minute at least, and if we are not able to regain bullish momentum, because we lost bullish momentum on the 5 minute right here, we might be able to regain it, but if we're not able to regain it, sorry.
We're probably just retesting the M, the breakout at the M now.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that we could be retesting the 50 EMA. We might reject here if some buyers don't step in. But yeah, ultimately, I'd say, I guess, if it is to get back above the 50, you would want to look for like a rejection here at like the M neckline, and then a continuation down, and you might get that full measured move. But if it buys back above the 50, and you know, if we start closing some candles above this neckline, it's going to look more likely that this M is invalidated. At the same time, to really truly put a nail in the coffin when it comes to invalidating the M, is it actually has to close above here. So the candle body would have to close above here, like You know, if there was a candle body, even on the 5-minute that closed above daily open, this M pattern is invalidated. So you kind of have to wait for that to get your answer. So I would say, either there's kind of three scenarios. Either we reject from the 50 EMA or the neckline, and we come down and get this measure move, or which that could present like an ABC setup for a long entry. If it comes there, it does like an inverse head and shoulders or something. If it reclaims this level. So that could be like one scenario, or it could be bullish, or well, that's kind of like we're getting lower price targets, but that could still be bullish. But it's still bearish in the very like short to near term. So that's one scenario. The other scenario is we push back past this 50 EMA, we get this 13 across, retest the 50 EMA, push up, so sort of attack the top of this channel again. Maybe we do some consolidation here and then give it a breakout, retest that, and push off. That would be probably the most bullish scenario in the short term. And I guess the third one would be we kind of just range here, form some sort of like symmetrical triangle or something while we're waiting to see if there's any sort of conclusion with this channel, or whatever the hell this is.
Yeah, ranging here would be nice. The alts will move a little bit. But yeah, so.
I mean, honestly, like I was saying a few minutes ago, even though it looked like we were losing momentum, it could have just been a fake out because, and like this M could be a fake out too. I mean, the other scenario, probably the most bearish scenario, would be we come down, we fall below the 200 EMA, we come back, retest it bearishly, drop and make a lower low again, and then if we consolidate at the 0.5, drop here, this would probably be like the next best point of interest. And if you look back, this trend line is actually pretty significant. Like, this is what I was talking about earlier, that we've been fighting this trend line. We've hit it. Kind of depends on the time frame you're looking at, but I'm just looking at the 5 minutes. So we'll just count sort of all of these little touches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th time. We sort of touched it. We kind of rejected from it at first. Like, if you look real close, see how we kind of rejected here a little bit. And then when we came down, we sort of put in these higher lows or double bottom, whatever it is. We gave it another try, broke through it, fell back into it, and then we got this big bullish engulfing to break out of it. And I think that resulted in, some like 1 hour candles, like closing above it. And if you look back on the 1 hour, you can see that it's really just mostly wicks. Like, this is sort of its point of origin, and this here you had a few full body candles here. This didn't even quite make it to it. This was just a wick. So it's been a while since we got a full candle body close on like the 1 hour or the 4 hour above this line. So that's a pretty significant break of structure. And now we're seeing on the retracement, we're seeing like this big wick sort of start to form on the 1 hour. Like, this candle's only got 5 minutes left. Like, and it's already really trying to recover almost the whole dump that it performed over the past hour. You see that? Pretty significant. That could turn into like a dragonfly, or it could be like it could turn into a hammer if it decides to turn green. And gets a bit more of a wider body. But I mean, if it closed just like this, it would be a classic dragonfly. Like, it would be a perfect dragonfly, like if it closed just like this. But let's see if it turns into a hammer. Oh, we got it turning green now.
Possibly, probably just went back down for some orders that were there.
Yeah, it might have been a liquidity sweep, or it could have been a stop hunt, or
W,
somebody
baby.
just trying to buy. Yeah, I mean, we could zoom out and try to find a case for this to be a W. I guess you'd say right here would be the neckline. Well, not really, because that doesn't really touch these other ones.
No, we didn't really make a W at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a tricky one to make a case for, but if I had to say, like I would probably draw it something like this, like just to entertain the idea of it. Would be here, 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 and then we would have to break this, get back above this, retest hopefully, and then we go try to scoop these liquidations all the way up here.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Hey, what up, Dbloc?
Yo.
Much. YouTube wants to know where here and there is.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
literally one down.
yeah, I bet they do. All right, so let me just explain. This whole thing started by me just trying to explain what a bull flag looks like, and then I got carried away and started doing TA. So there were some people watching my screen, and yeah, they were kind of the only ones. They're the only ones that know where
Thanks,
here
by the
and
way.
there is.
It was
Yeah,
interesting.
no problem.
Learned a little bit.
It didn't go on for that long without me mentioning price targets.
It's all good. What's going on, y'all?
Chilling. We were all wondering what happened with the stream, and like.
Oh, I have no idea. I had to reset my router when I saw it got turned off. Probably just technical
Word.
issues.
Yeah, so it's nothing like detrimental caused it.
Mm-mm.
Like no like storm or nothing. All right.
You picked up
Yeah, let me
Jasmine. Venus. Yeesh. Let's go. Oh boy. I hadn't even looked at Jasmine yet.
Gloomy was saying earlier that you've been having there's this thing that happens where like OBS like automatically shuts you down if the stream goes too long. But then I was like, well, I thought I remember he had a stream going for like 3 days.
Yeah, it's
the-
really there's no telling. Sometimes it acts crazy and wow. Yeah, that's nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Congrats to anybody that took that Jasmine trade.
Bro, I took the Bitcoin trade. Mega stopping volume candle on the 4 hour and the 1 hour.
Everything's basically stopped. Yeah. Dewey was my best buy last night. I caught the very bottom of that. Oh, we were here. Everybody was online. Sniped the shit out of that entry.
Oh yeah, by the way, is my shit loud again? Like, can you hear background noise of the mouse?
I don't hear anything.
All right. Yeah,
Kept getting
I was
kicked
rapping
out
on my
of
keyboard earlier, and I forgot that I forgot to mute, and like somebody said something, and I was like, oh, okay, sorry. I had to mute. I don't even know if it was if it was me or not, but I muted anyway, just in case. Until there was something relevant to talk about. So how we feeling here? Did you get a position? Did you have a grid set or what?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
I figured.
I could pick up some more soul. But for right now, our goal is to get back above this 50 EMA on a daily today. That's our goal. The next 3 hours, we want to close at our target so we can get rid of that bearishness on the daily chart. Then after that, we can do whatever. But that's our goal for today.
I'm here for it, man. It looks like we got plenty of gas up there.
Yeah, there's enough time to. We got hours left. We just got to make sure this doesn't delay.
There's like news Like live news stations in India talking about Trump's imposing 500% tariff on Russian oil, so oil started ripping.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but look at Valero.
Yeah, dude, oil is
Jesus.
absolutely ripping. I mean, it's kind of a seasonal play anyway. I mean, like nobody should be surprised, like because I've been buying oil, like even though it's been going down, I'm like, oh man, is this a bad trade? Like I'm like, no, I'm sticking with them. It's a seasonal thing because 3 months from now is when we're gonna see the effects of what's happening today. Like, in my opinion, I think
Oh,
oil's gonna go up. A lot of people are trying to say that it's gonna go down, but I think the opposite. I think it's gonna go up over the next 3 months.
I'm
Well, I
sorry
don't
for
know.
all the unfortunate shit that comes along with war and all that, but
Man,
I've
it's a good time market.
absolutely wrecked this damn Venezuelan conflict, bro. The tankers are flying.
Dude, yeah, you're spot on with that.
Venezuelan oil refineries are flying. Aluminum is still flying. What's crazy is that most people's initial reaction was to buy U.S. oil, right? Without
It's a bad
digging in
idea.
too much, thinking about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I never buy that. I actually, I actually have Clive to thank for that because he actually um enlightened me to some of the reasons why it's a bad idea to buy that specific one in general, like that specific fund. And like I did some more research on it. I was like, shit, he's right. And like, I mean, it doesn't benefit the same way that oil
I
companies
can't even
do.
remember the last time that I bought U.S. oil.
It's like a lot of it is debt. A lot of that fund involves debt, and it's just like in like bonds and stuff.
Yeah, tomorrow we
It's like,
find
what do
out
you?
what's going on with the tariffs. That should be interesting. Should be a bit of a non-event though, unless they get ruled illegal.
Oh, I missed that. I missed that heavy dip on that too, didn't I?
Guns, yeah, guns came
Whatever.
down
I'll
to
get
a
them.
penny. It's almost at 3 pennies now.
Yeah, whatever. It's still kind of cheap, but damn,
Just remember,
whatever.
it's done this before.
Yeah, yeah. I'll wait. Maybe I'll even sell some. I don't know.
Let me tell you, if
I would-
anybody's been playing this, the last week has been pretty insane. Obviously, nobody caught a perfect trade, right? But let's assume
I don't even trade it. It's just too volatile. I take
get
it on
that
spot.
2.5x, and then to basically 2.5x or 2.5x. Decent in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
You
that's
managed
so
to play it.
nasty.
Yeah.
Okay, so ultimately the reason why I bought so much gun was because I wanted to run a grid bot on it, but the service I'm using it doesn't offer the grid bot setup for that.
H-bar, guys. I tried to give it a good run. Look at how they broke this. Not just that it broke, but look at how they broke this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 manipulation X's into the depths. It was nasty work.
Well, Canary has a ETF for that now too.
Octavia AI,
Everyone was
bro,
like,
another shit show.
"Yeah, that's hideous. I'm not doing
We
that."
were literally just pointing. Look, the reason that all of these arrows are here is because when we made this move up on Octavia, I was like, don't think that this takes it out of the shit category. Because if you go down on the 5 minute, this move here has happened every single one of these spikes. And now it's just
I
happening on
mean,
like bigger time frames. But this thing did a full retrace and then just popped a 70% today. So like,
All right. So when you hear something like, "Oh, this coin's up 70% today," like, what do you instantly think?
how much
Like,
was it
"Oh,
down
it must be a
yesterday?
shit coin."
Either that or how much, did it drop 300% yesterday and now it's up 70%?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like the recovery, like it gained performance value just because it got rocked so bad.
I'll tell you what, anybody who bought this candle right here is a G. I don't know under what circumstances they would have bought. Maybe you go lower time frames.
I didn't like it.
Accumulation after the
Was probably
strict
a whale.
accumulation after the drop. This would have probably made me be interested here too, actually. Dropped, ran flat, then pumped.
All right, so my average is on gun is 1 cent. Should I sell it?
Not a bad average. It depends if you have faith in it. Ponky, damn, Ponky.
I feel like I can accumulate more if I sell it now. Maybe I'll just sell some of it.
Thing. Little popcorn action on some alts.
Yeah, I think they got the sympathy play from Bitcoin sentiment being pretty moderately bullish. And we're pretty much right on time for that midweek reversal, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any move today through these liquidations, in my opinion, will be our trap longs for Friday.
Yeah, I'm here for it. My target is just below 94K. I might take a little bit of profit there at that 200 though, because we did reject off it last time. There it is. That's exactly how I was trying to draw it too.
It's a little early. I mean, I honestly would like to see it come down. These, excuse me, these W's you want to see 382 or 0.5. At least a 382 to start being like, okay, maybe that was enough of a dip.
Yeah, we got a 382.
And that's what we got on it. So
We were
it's right
thinking
on
that
the edge of, yeah, possibly. But whenever you draw W's like this, understand that you could take out that low and still put in a 0.5 W, or still put in a golden pocket W. So it doesn't necessarily invalidate until you start to take out some of those levels.
Yeah, we actually put in a pretty nice one. If you look to the left, if we put in what looked like it was forming into a really nice W, and then it was slow breaking, and it kept doing lower highs, so it ended up falling through and invalidating, but it looked promising at first. Like that first stopping volume on the left, like I thought that was going to be a W, but it never quite made it back up to the neckline. The green stopping volume and then the pink one after it. So that was kind of heartbreaking. I had to reposition. It is what it is. I was awake. We know crypto was awake. Because crypto never sleeps.
All right, there's the map, market maker. Let's go.
Man, this is awesome. I just realized that Coinbase is sending me updates about specific stocks, like straight to my email now. I just felt about half the people in here go, "You still use email?" No, I mean I gotta have an email. They'll connect all my accounts and stuff too.
Damn, Danny, that sucks. Hopefully, there's some dry powder coming in from that. But he's broke his arm at work today.
Oh no. Yeah, dude. Get some get workman's comp, dude, for sure. Unless you're at a place where they don't offer workman's comp, whatever reason.
That's funny. You could tell it's a crypto channel. Like nobody's initial impression was, "I hope you're okay." It's more like, "I hope you get paid."
Yeah, well, I mean,
Now that we got the
obviously
money
we
out of the
hope he's
way,
okay.
I hope you're okay, bro.
Yeah,
I hope they make
yeah,
you
we hope
more
you're okay,
okay
but
later with the
at
check.
the same time, I feel like he's able to type in the chat, so I'm just kind of assuming that he's okay. We've got some stable coins coming back into the market. DXY. If you just take a break.
We got about 0.5% of
Come
no
on,
man's
DXY.
land before we can start getting into some of these liquidations. It means retail's going to be responsible for about 0.5% of price movement here before market maker steps in.
Man, am I tired. Oh
Everything's
yeah,
crossing the
Dbloc.
50 again on the 5 minute.
Let's go. Yeah, D, I started doing some more videos again, and I gave you a shout out on my channel a couple of times. Directed some people over here or over to your YouTube channel anyway. So hopefully,
Nice.
gives you a little bit more of a boost. Not that I have that much of a following. But anyone that doesn't already know, I'm like, hey, like, look, so, like some of the stuff I talk about, I'm like, this type of stuff I learned from Dbloc. Go check him out. He's got 24-hour live stream because I'm never gonna go. I'm never gonna do the whole 24-hour live stream. I don't know how you do it, man. But I am absolutely never gonna do that.
The sickness.
Would you say it's a sickness?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I mean, if I got another computer and I could dedicate just one full computer, then like to a live stream, I think like I might do that. But also like I'm not gonna be on there talking for 24. So basically, like 90% of the time would just be a chart with silence. This is really kind of no point. I spend the majority of the time in here anyway, honestly.
Just noticed dominance rising. That's why nothing's moving.
Yeah, Dom's gonna continue to pump if we get through these liquidations as well.
BJ said lower time frames must trade above 91.8. Yeah, we take them out that level. Well, we do liquidations up to that point. So, Dbloc, did you notice that we broke that angular that we've been fighting since like Tuesday?
Which
That
one?
descending trend line.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Bitcoin's currently staging above 90K. I think we've pretty much solidified that support for now.
I concur. I like it. We're taking steps in the right direction. I guess depending on which way you're trading. You can decide whether it's the right direction or not. But it's going one way, and like I try to trade in the direction that it's going. I'm not perfect, but I try. Holy crap.
Scanning some news.
Yeah, I might need to take a break for a minute myself.
Been using Gemini for a while. I'm going back and forth between DeepSeek and Gemini. One thing I could tell you for sure is that Gemini is like overly glazing. DeepSeek DeepSeek gives you no pats on the back, you know? Gemini is like, attaboy. Today's update from Gemini says, market is currently entering maximum pain phase. Bitcoin has officially breached 90K level and is hunting for liquidity after closing CME gap. Your execution on the Sui bag was a masterstroke. You're already outperforming the market's blood in the street scenario. Well done. Stick to the facts, Gemini. Don't need you to stroke me. Man, I said a masterstroke.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's good for the people. Like, you ask somebody, like, what's your favorite AI model? And they choose the one that glazes them the most, and they're probably looking for some sort of validation.
Anthony, I haven't directly. Last I heard was that he was recovering though.
Like, what if you try to be like, hey, I think the price is going down, and I'm almost certain of it, and then like the price is going up. Like, see if it actually like disagrees with you or not.
Depends
Like, if
on
the
how you're
price is
training.
clearly going up.
If you just jump on AI and start asking it questions, it's gonna tell you what you want to hear. You've got to jump on AI and say you are a master trader with 30 years of equities experience, with 15 years of crypto experience. You're well versed in the trading strategies of blah blah. You've got to feed it. You got to tell AI who you want it to be, and then it'll answer you in that way.
Did you have that written down to copy paste every time you ask?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends. You could, once you know what you're looking for, you don't need to save it. But yeah, a prompt would be useful. It's the same for anything else. You got to give AI an identity before you start digging in. Like, if you want to use AI for like therapy or something, right? If you jump on AI and just start telling you your problems, it's going to be like, oh, poor you. The world is against you. I can't believe you're so strong for dealing with this, blah, blah, blah. But if you tell it, hey, I need you to be my therapist, I need you to be critical, right? It'll do that.
Crazy. It's crazy how they got sympathy like written into the code.
Yeah. We saw that during the AI competition, right? During the AI trading competition, Grok and DeepSeek, everybody had access to the same sentiment information online, right? Grok and DeepSeek counter traded sentiment. Everybody was bearish, they went long. Gemini and ChatGPT empathized with the sentiment and went short and got wrecked. It was interesting to watch. And those two are the most empathic models. So yeah, it affects it definitely affects the outcomes on what they decide to do or what they decide to tell you. People pleasers, right? Like ChatGPT and Gemini are like people pleasers.
I need to start using AI more. I barely use it.
Dude, I've been going wild on some AI stuff lately. It's too distracting.
It's meant to make the workload you already have easier. If it's adding workload or if it's adding distractions or if it's adding time to your research, then it's not working the way it should work.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I'm not been using it as much for research and stuff like that. I've been getting into like the image generation and
Oh, okay.
video generation and stuff like that. Just trying to explore like other avenues of where, like, where I can make like the creation process, quicker or more simple and produce more high quality stuff. But yeah, there is definitely a bit of a learning curve, and I don't know. I think just the more I mess with it, the more I sort of start to figure out about it. And I've got some other people that are trying to help me get a more of a firm grasp on how it works and how to operate it as well. So I'm not quite at that point where like it's making everything easier for me because I have to still deal with everything that I already have going on, but then on top of that, I have to learn something new. So trying to take some of my attention away from like trading and TA and like YouTube, whatever, is like, I also have to learn something on top of TA. And like the last thing that I really went super like in depth trying to learn and like got completely like immersed in is TA and like, financial stuff. Monetary policy and all that, like just the world of finance. That's the last thing that I really went all in trying my hardest to learn everything I possibly could about. And then now I'm realizing like, after I've gotten a few years into my 30s, I'm like, it's harder to learn stuff. It's harder to learn new stuff, especially when the new stuff keeps getting newer quicker. soon as you think you got something down, there's another some sort of new update that changes the game, and you gotta everything you just learned is obsolete, and now you gotta learn a whole new thing.
Well, now you have something to use AI for, because that's exactly what it's good for, to keep you on track with changes, comparing and contrasting.
Yeah, I suppose it has an infinite amount of ways that it could be powerful. I mean, not all of those ways are constructive. It can be destructive too. You know what I mean? So I think we got to watch out for that. Like, I think it's our job as a
Anything else,
society.
bro. Power gets you to work, or it can run somebody over. It's no different than anything else that already exists.
Yeah, true. I
How you
mean,
use it.
except that this kind of is like reachable by anyone that has the internet, basically.
Like bricks, you can use it to build a house, or you can hit somebody over the head with it. Just shoot it
It's
into
like
brick.
it's like fire. You can like use it to keep you warm. You can use it to like heat water or whatever. Like, but you can also just use it to burn down a house. Yeah, I don't think it's really the tool that is at fault. It's how the tool is being used. So I agree with you there. Car's a tool, Brick
I
is more or
use
less a tool. It's more of
Wix
a
for that,
material.
Neve.
Dude, I keep getting Instagram suggestions for like these two women that it's like suggesting that I should follow, and I'm like, no, there's a reason I'm not following them. Like, why do you keep suggesting them to me? The same two women. I guess because they both follow me, but it's like still, why? There's like other people following me that I'm not following, and you never suggest anybody else. Like they keep pushing the same two people. All right, so market's closed. First half hour in. We got a half hour left until CME close. They only close for an hour. NLY at 52-week high. So financials must be doing pretty well. Wow, we lost. I should have held on to that longer. Yeah, financial sector XLF went up about 1% today, so I think financials in general are doing pretty well. Well, today, and specifically. Yeah, I gotta say, there's a lot of stuff telling me that we're still in a bull market. I don't know about Bitcoin specifically, but the whole rest of the market, I don't know if it's quite done yet.
Well, I hope you're right, or we'd just be wasting our time right now.
Well, I mean, you can still trade the bear. If you, like, you know,
Excuse me.
you just short it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I'm selling it.
I don't think anybody has a problem with your crypto outlook, Smokey. I think it's your personality, bro. It's just a wild guess, though.
He does tend to come on strong.
As long as your wife loves it, that's all that matters, right?
It really is, and I don't have one of those, so I don't have to worry about that. So for me, it doesn't matter what my personality is like.
I'm sure this isn't news to you, bro. Like, I don't feel like I'm giving you any information that you don't already have. You've probably run into this same sort of scenario anytime you get into a group, right?
I'm running out of screen space. I think I need to go buy a couple more monitors. 2 isn't enough.
I think that's a great idea. You can't ask me, bro. I'm always gonna say get more monitors.
There's no space on my desk. I need to like hang it on the wall or
Listen,
something.
you're going to find something to do with it, all right? Even if you don't need it, you'll end up putting something on it. Gloomy said, "Well, I guess you need a new desk then." Yeah.
I'm taking a bit of a break now that our fearless leader has returned. Going to gotta go take care of some stuff, so I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, bro. Shogun, what's going on? Yeah, I'm not in love with the right side of this W, young. Like I said, I would have much rather a 0.5. 382 drop on a W is like at the limit of what I'm willing to even consider a W. Right on the line.
You reckon close daily above the 50 first and then make a better W, or
I mean, honestly, if we get above that 50, we're just gonna sweep. There's way too many liquidations right there to not sweep that, I think. So if we are gonna go to the 0.5, I think we'd do it before then. Right? You'd have one of those scenarios where a possible W then turns into like a bull flag situation. But I'm here for it. Let's just rip it. FOMO lives here. Everybody's acting all calm and controlled right now. This just starts to squeeze. You're gonna see some FOMO buys start pouring in.
yeah, I have that bull flag drawn out, but we almost broke down from it. So
Yeah. I think you're missing the point, Smokey, but it's cool. Everybody has to grow at their own pace. Come on, baby.
We need volume. We need volume. I can't do it. It's been too long. Tired.
Doge Vikings smoothing out the vibe. Why did I hear it start playing when you sent the super chat too? It's funny as hell. Oh man, Crypto Cypher karaoke night would be amazing. Imagine everybody in the same spot. I would die, bro. There's not enough oxygen in the world. I would literally pass out.
when you look for volume, do you ignore the ones which are vectors and just focus on the ones that aren't?
No, I mean your vector candles are gonna have more volume naturally, right? Like look at this little small green vector candle right here. Look at the volume spike on that candle. Right. So for a retail candle to have that amount of volume would have to be a significant candle. But I'm just looking for volume period. I'm looking to see if they're pulling up or not. Right. When we get to this breakout, are we gonna have our type 3 traders step in? When we dropped in our type 2, did we have type 2 traders step in? You see you have higher volume than the surrounding candles, letting you know that something happened at this point that caused people to step in. If you don't see that, then the chances of that holding are pretty slim, right? That's when things tend to like roll over. Right? Same shit with like your type 1 entry. You know, anywhere these entries here, here, here. If you just played volume, you still sort of lined yourself up. Excuse me. So I look for volume as evidence that something's going to hold or break. Mostly as evidence that I'm not the only one taking this trade at the moment. My wrist is screwed up, but my aunt gave me some pain pills, so I don't really feel it. But I'm slowed up right now, groggy. I don't even know what they were. It's one of those like wrapped in a white napkin here. This will make you feel better. All right, cool.
You taking vitamins and stuff. That normally helps when I injure like joints and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I was sick before this, so I was already sort of attending to that. Immune system is great, but my damn, I screwed my wrist up at the gym.
That's usually not how I ruin my wrist.
Good jacket.
Oh, man.
Definitely gives another twist to the meaning of your name, but cool.
Perfect.
So what's going on, bro? Are you guys gonna get together and stop the U.S. from taking Greenland or what? Because Vikings are the last hope at this point.
Dude, I actually have relatives in Norway that are
That's about
like
to
a little
say.
worried.
I know, that's what I was about to say. I think Vikings need to make a comeback here.
Yeah, dude. I think
Norway.
people,
Dutchans.
no, I'm saying that they all kind of they're on the same peninsula, right? So they kind of
Yeah.
all paranoid.
Yeah.
I think if people don't understand what Trump's intent is, I think like you cannot whenever he says something true, he always has to say something hyperbolic at the same time, right? Like you need to be able to filter through. There is no scenario where he would ever use military force to take Greenland, except if China or Russia jumped in to prevent it. Then he wouldn't be attacking Greenland. He'd be like protecting Greenland from being captured by the Russians or the Chinese. So,
Yeah.
like, I don't think people see through
Bro, I saw the funniest AI
the
video.
noise.
And it wasn't meant to be funny. It was meant to be a serious AI video. But I saw the funniest AI video that said, why would be the biggest mistake ever for the U.S. to attack Greenland? And I guess they were like putting all the NATO armies together, and they were like, and it was, I was like, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
You know how like I've told you I don't like when Trump runs his mouth, like even though I'm not like anti-Trump, but like there's just times where this is a time where he should have just because the sentiment towards just the rhetoric is going to be so intense that they could have easily made backdoor deals to make some sort of alliance or agreement um, without all of this like upfront in the media BS if he really
Yeah,
wanted
I'm
to.
not giving it too much thought. I just had a vision of like a massive line of Vikings at the shore when U.S.
Yeah,
battle
man.
carriers showed up.
Do you that Viking blood is still in there? It's still in there somewhere.
That's what it's all about, YG, in my opinion. We've spent the last 2 years going after all the rare earth minerals, and then now we want to take the richest deposit for an army base or a navy base. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think we need a navy base, but let's just say if it wasn't that rich, I mean, that's the closest to the core that you can get. The Greenland literally spits up new rare earth minerals every
It's for
couple
controlling
decades.
that Arctic pathway, and it's also for minerals. Both things are true.
Yeah, just sweetens the pot.
I mean, that's why that town's there to begin with, because of the minerals. That's why people live there.
Apparently, it's beautiful, but
Oh, it is.
those are the type of vacations I hate. You get there, you're like, wow, this is beautiful. All right, what are we gonna do for the rest of the week? Go look at another beautiful part of it. The activities, bro. I'm a city kid.
Dude, I don't know if I'm retarded or my web browser's not working, but dude, I do not see your live session at all.
On what, on YouTube?
So you know how yeah, so if you're live, your icon will have a red ring around it,
Mm-hmm.
and yet your it's not a red ring right now, even though you're live. So I found your live session via the my subscriptions, but your icon is not red right now. So usually
Weird.
that's what I look to see if you're live or not, or if you're resetting the server.
Yeah.
I noticed that too. I had to go to the live tab to find it.
Must be a new feature for YouTube.
They need to make a drug to give you patience. I have no patience.
Bro, I mean, ever since the drop, right? Like, patience has been the number one thing. I know everybody's patience and conviction has been tested to the max. Going on H. Yeah, everybody said it wasn't red, and then when they refreshed, that it I guess it popped up.
I even did the control refresh and shift refresh, and it still didn't do it. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's just my browser. Maybe I need to reboot.
You're not the only one. It's sporadic. People are saying they're seeing the same thing. Def, I'm not shadow banned. That type of stuff only happens to you. Let me see. I'll pull up YouTube and see if I can see myself.
Dude, I'm embarrassed because that's why I came in and said the wrist comment, because I thought we were off of YouTube based on that freaking circle. I was like, oh, he's probably rebooting. He's probably in midstream. Shame on me.
When I search, it has a live tag on it. But I have to search for it. Let me see if I just go to home.
That's the only reason I jumped on the mic today, because I can't trust myself not to say stupid things.
See, that ring, man, that ring is like super important, misleading. Not that it's Dbloc's fault, but like YouTube like can't do that to us.
That's how I check to make sure if there is a live. I just believe it if it's not red.
See?
Just say, oh,
Yep.
okay, well, it's not live right now.
Weird. So when you go to your subscriptions on the side, it doesn't have the little red live thing by my name.
So for me, there's not the little like wireless icon, signal thing.
Yeah.
It's not there. And then your ring is not there,
Okay.
but you're showing up under latest. And then when you hover over or you look at latest, there is a little live icon on the bottom right. So it shows you're live in some instances, but not others. Or you know what I mean, the list versus the latest list.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right. It doesn't show you live when you look at the subscriptions.
Well, that's unfortunate. That means that the 136 people that are in here, the real MVPs, y'all went out of your way. And yet you
Yeah,
haven't
you're
hit the
normally
like button.
you're normally my first video that shows up every time I go on YouTube. It's like,
Well, I mean, I get accused of, oh, he just likes to talk. Well, I like to talk to you. I was proof that I did not want to be broadcasted on YouTube. I like talking to you guys, I'll be honest. But I don't like the fact that it's on YouTube, but that's just a me problem. I saw it was in red and I'm like, I gotta say hi to Dbloc.
I don't know. I know that YouTube uses the likes to decide whether, like, when you're watching a video and the video ends and it suggests another video, for them to suggest you, they pay attention to the likes. That's why the likes are important. So if your likes are close to the amount of current viewers you have, then like when somebody's done watching an altcoin daily video, they'll like throw them in here. You know what I mean? But as far as the ring, I don't know. I'll have to Google it. I'll put AI on it and see what he says. I appreciate it, Venus.
I finally got my algo to go to an appropriate video after your stream is over now. I don't know why my algo was all screwed up, but it goes to Adam Savage now after I'm done watching you.
We are responsible for our own algorithms.
I know, but it was going to some other stuff that I'm not going to mention. But it's now finally going to maker places.
Hey,
Now
sometimes you gotta do an algo wipe, bro. I say it all the time. If you get online and you find yourself just mad on socials, like everything you click is just making you upset, you gotta wipe your algo. That means for the next week, you gotta just look at cat videos, funny kid videos, shit like that, like those. I know it's gonna be a pain, man. Nobody wants to blow sunshine up your ass all day, but you gotta wipe your algo, bro. The other day I got on and I ended up on Cartelgram. There was 3 guys on a boat with like bales of cocaine in the dark, just videoing themselves. I was like, okay, I don't know how my algo brought me here, but I like
YouTube
it.
will ease you in, man. YouTube will you got to do it a few times before it starts. Instagram is ruthless. It's you watch one video of something outside of your pattern and then it just thinks that's all you want.
Yeah.
I watched like one boat getting destroyed by a missile and bodies flying everywhere. Now it thinks I just want to watch death.
Same with the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, brother. W Gifts. Welcome to the new members. For me, my main goal, guys, is like I said, is target. Getting above the 50 EMA, closing our daily above the 50, leaving nothing but a wick, and shutting up all the bears on Twitter that are like, we lost the 50 EMA. You guys blind? Like, yeah, we lost the 50 EMA by 137 bucks. I'm not really gonna act deterministically off of that for at least another couple daily candles, right? Call me crazy.
But the daily candle's based on UK time, isn't it?
I don't know, where is midnight when I don't know. I always wish that it just ended on midnight, but I guess it does end midnight somewhere. We just gotten so accustomed to it. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, y'all. What happened, diaries? I missed a question. Hold on. I'm just reading back through the chat now. Dun, dun, dun. Type 3 is your breakout trader. Right? Type 3 tends to break whenever a neckline breaks. Like, let's say you're trading a flag, right? When the flag breaks out on that impulsive break, they jump in on the breakouts. It's usually meant for fast moves, right? You're trying to capture the impulsive move. Typically, this is where some of your higher leverage traders, right, will either increase their leverage or enter really short-term high leverage trades for just the sweep. And we know that because their TP is what gives us that retracement, right? That gives us our type 4 entries. So type 1 touches the fallen knife, right? Type 2 touches the higher low. Type 3 plays the breakout, usually short term into resistance and TPs. And then price comes back, retests, and picks up type 4 traders. Type 4 traders are waiting for the retest for ultimate confirmation of the pattern and watching volume to make sure that traders step in on that retest. And then type 5 traders, which are the ones that we don't want to be. Nobody here is going to be a type 5 trader. Type 5 traders wait for the price to break out, get all excited, feel FOMO, and then buy the top. This is who we sell our bags to. These guys. Don't be a 5. Nice. Congrats on the engagement. That's big, bro. Oh, hell no. That's not going to work. It's too early to be running into these issues. Major red flag alert. I'm just playing, bro. I'm just playing. They're going to. They want to. It's a balance, right? Just try to include her when you can, so it doesn't feel like just a you thing.
Yeah, trading really isn't like a family man game.
It's hard when you really have to have the right partner.
Even when you have kids, like normally when main things are happening and the market's moving, you have to do like school runs,
Yep.
like activity.
Yeah. That's what I mean. You have to have a partner that realizes that there's going to be times that they're going to have to take 100% of the load, or what's going to feel like 100% of the load.
My wife comes in the office, sees that my forehead is clenched and I'm on the screens, and she just knows. She's like, "Oh, it looks like I'm going to get the kids."
I mean, to be fair, we do have to have a middle ground. Like those times where we're literally just watching candles because we've just been hypnotized and shit. Like, you can pull away at those times, but yeah, there's gonna be times that you just can't. You can't pull away. It's like being a surgeon. And sometimes that beeper goes off, and you got to go make sure the patient doesn't die. And your family just has to understand that.
Amen to that. It's exactly what it is.
That's normally why I like trading the US sessions. You normally quickly scout something, you're out, and you got the rest of the day to play with. But recently, US sessions been slow as well.
Yep. I've slept through almost every US session in the last 3-4 months.
I missed those 10 a.m. dumps. They were like on time.
That's what was so good. Like, I would go to sleep and I would wake up to a fresh dump. and be able to buy and literally ride that up all the way through the next night, through like Asian session, UK session, take profit, go to sleep, wake up, buy the next dump. It was nice. Timing was working out there for a little bit.
Dude, I've had some of my best trades lately. I've been really busy with vacation and business stuff, and I haven't been paying attention to crypto. And it seems like every time I come back to the desk, it's ready to get back in again. Does that make sense? Like, that means I was over trading. That's all that means.
Yeah.
And I've caught like the past 3 dips doing that. And you know, didn't get out exactly where I wanted, but enough to take profit. So I'm up for the year. That's not saying much. It's only 8 days into it, but it's kind of another lesson, another reminder, another poke to tell you to stop over trading.
That's what's so nasty about time-based capitulation. And that's why it's so effective. Like price will come down and it'll just do this ever. And every one of these little legs down tests you. And then eventually you're just like, screw this. You know, and then that's when you get that. And then here you're like, I was right the whole time. I'm jumping in, and then
I mean, I feel like I have patience a lot more than I did last cycle, but there's nothing hurt. It doesn't hurt to have a little bit more patience, you know, and let things play out. It was funny because I haven't been in Discord, but I've had your stream running when I've been working, and I heard you last night tell um Emad, man, you just need to let things play out. Just laughing.
yeah, it's. I mean, I understand that times like this make you want to like micromanage every single sort of move, but you have to have an overall thesis, and you gotta live it. You gotta leave it room to breathe.
Especially now, man, because I'm not seeing a lot of manipulation. I don't think I've seen a yellow X on Cypher for at least a couple of weeks.
Okay, I think they're just trying to fill that intraday CAV now.
I like this setup. I like the odds. All the shit I tell you every day, Alexa. The shit that I talk about in here is exactly what I would tell a younger me if I could. The things I wish somebody would have told me in the beginning. But number one thing would probably be that it gets better. When I was young, I didn't realize that it got better. You know what I mean? You always feel like you're topping out. Best advice I ever got as a youngster was to stay low and keep firing. And I've never stopped using that. Yeah, that's a big one too, H. We were talking about that yesterday. There's no need for anybody to know what you're doing. Put the evil eye on your plans and shit because they're jealous that they couldn't make it happen. Right? Or they're caught up by their own. You want to change your life trading, then do that. And then let your changed life be what starts the conversation.
You know, I noticed there's always two different types of people who are jealous of crypto people. Is that there's the kind that are jealous that you got lucky because they think it's luck. And then there's the other kind that are jealous that you know how to do it, or you even know what to do, or where to buy, or where to sell, or even how to manipulate. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think crypto people, hardcore, or traders, just in general, people don't realize how difficult that it's an actual occupation, regardless of it's hobby or not.
You get the old school people that, like, if you're not making money by the sweat of your brow, like, even if you were in an office job, they still look at you a certain way. And then you get the people that are just convinced that it's like Amway or some shit, It's like just a get rich quick sort of scheme that's gonna fail.
Yeah, dude. I think it's gonna take a generation or two for that to
It's good though, because that's where the
weed
money
itself
is.
out.
That's how you know we're early. If everybody was convinced, y'all, there'd be no money left in the shit.
Yeah, I mean, but I kind of believe that you think, okay, well, if people figure it out and they know what to do, and they don't, it's not taboo anymore. They're all going to do it. But man, I mean, the real estate industry has still, people have known how to buy and sell real estate for several generations, and yet people still don't get into it. I mean, people are buying, selling homes, profiting, and there's ways that there's mechanisms out there to make money, and if you're just not motivated to make money, you're just going to sit on the sidelines regardless. I believe that.
I mean, there's a little bit of a difference there. It takes a lot more to be able to buy a house. I don't know, especially in the UK anyway.
No, it's bad.
Well,
It's bad here.
well, in the United States, man, you just need to have good credit. That anybody will loan you money to buy a house.
Not to anybody though. That
Well, I'm saying if you
American
got
dream
good
is
credit.
gone. Of like, you have a good job. Your wife can stay home, take care of the kids, dog, picket fence. Like, ask anybody in their 20s right now. Like, what are their expectations of being able to own a home in the next 10 years?
They'll happily lock you in a 30-year mortgage, though.
Yeah, that's a fact.
50-year mortgage.
A 50-year mortgage, man, it's crazy.
I just
Does it
know
work the
some.
same?
Go ahead.
Does it work the same in the US, where like they'll only give you X times amount your income, right? Or do they give you as much as you want?
Yeah. And it also has a lot of little underlying things like, what zip code are you applying from?
I just
Like
know a
that.
couple people who buy apartment complexes with a loan, and then they rent out each unit to the point where they're making so much profit they're able to pay their loan, and then and then they take that profit in equity, and then they buy another apartment complex, rinse, repeat, keep doing the same thing over and
Yeah,
over again.
yeah. If you've got a good relationship with the bank and they're willing to lend you money like that. But most people don't feel like they can go to the bank and get a loan. And I'm not saying it's through no fault of their own, right? Maybe the credit's bad, maybe, bad financial planning, bad financial education growing up. I knew nothing about, bro, we barely learned how to we didn't learn anything in school about finances, balancing a checkbook, taxes, any of that shit.
Dude, speaking of, my state just made a mandate that there will be financial classes
It
in
needs to
high
be.
school now. Like it's a rule, or like a law. They made it a law where every high schooler must be able to will leave high school with the ability to run their own finances, and also run a small business, like the basically a amateur accountant. That's like their standard.
Uh-huh.
That sounds like a Trump thing. He wouldn't
No,
say.
it's not. I'm in a very blue state, like probably actually the bluest state in the union, which is funny from the last election. And no, they're just, I think what they're trying to do, they're appealing to a lot of people who are being left behind because they're not learning VOTech basic simple stuff that you should know when you are in a young adult or whatever. I think that's their goal.
Somebody told me a while back, and it's what really sort of put fire under my ass. They were like, in the future, you're either going to be in the investor class or you're going to work service jobs. There will be no middle ground. And this was like before AI, and now it's making more sense than ever. So, I mean, as a country, it does benefit you to try to get as many people into the investor class, or you're just going to have to support them with UBI on the other side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's where we're going. There's no slowing it down.
Right, UBI will work as long as prices come down. you know, is if automation really does allow companies to sell products for a lot cheaper because they're saving on labor, you know, health benefits that you would have to pay an employer. If prices come down, then UBI wouldn't be so bad. But if we keep prices the same right now and we're on UBI, dude, cheers, good luck.
UBI would work, but people that don't need it are gonna have to be okay with not getting it, and that's the problem that we always have. They're like, well, if they get it, I should get it. Well, yeah, but if you're not directly affected and they are, then at some point we have to give. Right? If you're still earning through the AI, it hasn't affected you, hasn't taken your job, you're still making a decent salary. Then, you know, sometimes you gotta give. Either way, it's gonna be out of our hands. Right? For safety reasons, there will be a UBI once it takes a certain amount of the jobs. Once AI takes a certain amount. And then retraining, and obviously, right, people will be trained to have jobs in the future. After 2 or 3 generations, nobody will be trained for those jobs that are useless anymore. So it won't be an ongoing problem. It'll be a transitional problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, we've gone through a few of them, right? I mean, we 6 years ago, they were like telling everybody to learn to code. Now they're telling people to brush up on your
Prompts.
liberal arts, right?
Prompt engineer, yo, is the shit right now. Soon
But see,
AIs
that's
will
the
write their
thing,
own
dude.
prompts, though, right? Soon you'll just be using AI to write prompts, anyways. I mean, I do it now.
But see, you have to, like, from an engineer's perspective, man, we all blew off our liberal arts classes and made fun of them while we were in college. Now the joke is on us because
Yeah.
when I prompt engineer at work, um, I think I'm above average engineer, but because I like didn't pay attention in English class, I struggle with vocab. So I have to, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
like so my prompt engineering is very logical and it works, but it would be so much better if I could get if I could
Creative.
find, you know, yeah, larger vocab, like more nuanced descriptions, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, so
Yo,
if you're,
Dbloc, quick question.
yeah.
My bad.
You're good.
I was gone the past few hours. I didn't see the red circle and the red vertical line you got on the chart. Do you mind going over what that is again?
Yeah, we're just trying to see if we can get above the 50 EMA before the daily close. Just so that all of this shit ends up just being a wick underneath the 50 EMA on the daily right here. So
Cool. Got you.
that
Thank you.
target gives us a close above the 50, basically.
Appreciate that.
Yep. I feel like we were just here yesterday. A little closer, well, with more time left, but
Yeah, I think exactly here. This is when I went to bed yesterday.
SBF has been denied a pardon.
oh really?
Yeah, Trump just denied him. He won't give him a pardon. Yeah.
Good. I mean, I just don't think it's a good look. Not anything specific. I mean,
Apparently he doesn't either.
screw SBF, but yeah, I don't think it's a good look.
Quote, he had no intention of pardoning the former FTX CEO. Quote.
I mean, who followed that case? Alls I did is followed the result. Was it really shut and closed type case?
Oh my God, yeah, it was blatant.
He had already like accidentally explained how what he was doing was illegal months before that even happened. Like
Was
about
legal or
was
was
illegal.
illegal?
Was illegal. Like he didn't realize he was doing it, but he did it. He did.
Did he think that his honesty would get him a lesser sentence or something?
He didn't realize he was explaining how illegal it was when he was saying it. I forget who was. Dbloc, you had to see the interview he did months before that.
Yeah.
I forget who it was too.
I don't. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like it's all a front. I feel like he's playing like the Kaiser Sose role, where it's like bumbling and I do think that there was some puppeteering going from his parents. I don't think he did all that by himself. His parents' connections definitely helped when it came to that. I just don't. It's just such a case study in greed, bro. Right? This is somebody who made a ridiculous, obscene amount of money with the kimchi trade, right? Where they were just trading Bitcoin in and out, right, with different currencies and shit, making on us. But he took something that everybody been doing for the longest and basically like turned it into like a factory. And that's where all the seed money came from FTX. But he could have just kept doing that, like the greed, and
But
then
dude,
you actually open a successful exchange, which is already profitable in of itself. But just the pure degenery is crazy, bro. Pure
so
degeneracy
you
is
had
absolutely
who was
nuts.
the other guy that did this, but it wasn't crypto. Man, he was an older dude. He did it with his fund man or he was a fund manager. God, what was his name? It was during the one percenter, Wall Street. What was that
Mm,
when they all camped out on Wall
Was
yeah,
it
Street?
Murdoch or what's his name?
you're talking about
Probably Madoff.
the
Yes,
yeah, that's what I was
yeah,
gonna say,
Madoff.
Madoff.
Yeah.
I
So
said I
this
said
is
Murdoch.
Yeah,
Madoff.
but here's the problem is like there's a concerning pattern I see with anti-Semitism like happening in the United States in the sense that you could say things on social media without getting like in trouble, like literally say anti-Semitic things, and it doesn't help when someone like him does that in crypto and then somebody else did it in legacy and you're just like, what the hell? Why do you guys stop making the stereotype fit? Stop.
There's money markets, man. There's a reason for it. There's like historical reason for why money markets are sort of cornered. There's religious reasons, right? Same reason that divorce lawyers, right? People don't realize that for a time the only divorce lawyer that you could get to divorce you were Jewish lawyers. And the divorce industry is very lucrative, as you can imagine. There's reasons for all of this shit, but none of it comes down to race. It's just history. If you know the history, it makes sense. If not, then everybody's the evil bad guy that's out to, da da da. But rich people do shady shit. That's it. That's usually what shit boils down to. Rich people do shady shit. Poor people do desperate shit. And as history
The
goes, the color of those people go changing and changing and changing, but the main story never changes, right? That's just how it works.
So the middle class is the heart of America. There's the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts that are just always doing the right thing because that's
What
so true.
what middle class?
Well, I'm
know?
upper middle class, and I feel like I'm always trying to do things right and never
Yeah.
trying to screw people over. And so that
We
fits
broke.
kind of.
Yeah. When you're poor, you're trying to get to where you are and you're willing to do anything to get there. When you're rich, you're trying to do everything you can to avoid getting to where you are and you're willing to do anything to avoid it. It's kind of a way to look at it, right?
Yeah. So rings true.
I mean, Madoff is an interesting sort of. So you had all the pension plans and the retirement firms and shit that had their money there, and that sucks, right? Because those people didn't make decisions on that; it was made over their head. But the people that had been churning money through him for the past 15 years, getting ridiculously outsized returns, no longer asking questions, like a lot of those people knew what was going on. They just thought that because of his connections, he'd be able to do it forever, and then they got caught. But there was a lot of people that lost everything through no fault of their own on that.
I'll put the link in the chat.
We touched those liquidations and it just didn't fly through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our bullish trigger's still intact. We got the 800 and the 50 underneath us though, so be some decent support. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. All right. Go down and micromanage this. We're on the 1 minute, guys. We're holding the 200 EMA. We'll retest the 50. If we can get back above the 50 in this high volume node, then we're straight. If not, we'll come back and we'll retest the 800 EMA. No real unrecovered vectors on the way down to speak of. Let's see where we're at. Still got some of that heat down at 89. On the 12-hour, we still have, yeah. Let's see. Where'd you go, Price? Order book is so thin. So that's the order block that we rejected off of. What do we have on the 90. These are my people right here. We'll have to see, man. It's all about if this double top locks itself in or not. And we've got a double top right here. So we're looking for a higher low to keep that M pattern from playing out. Yeah, so we're at point of control of our range right now. The way visible range works is you get to the top of the range, right? Value area high. If that rejects, you come back and you retest point of control. Point of control holds, you attempt to get back to value area high. Once point of control breaks, you attempt to get back to value area low. So we've had significant buy. There's volume here, right? The fact that it can't get all the way back and down, showing you there's significant volume in these ranges here, here. Holds point of control, goes back to value area high. Now we're back at point of control. Right? So if point of control breaks, then naturally price will come down towards 800 EMA, value area low. If point of control holds, we'll retest that double top. I'm using Kiyotaka for the liquidity heat map now. You can use Coin Glass too, but Kiyotaka is free, so that's what I try to show on the screen so people can just follow along if they want.
Isn't CoinGlass free too?
Yeah, but Coin Glass just gives you a bit of an overview. It's not like super interactive, but for a quick sort of glance, just to be able to like have it up on the screen and look to see where the hotspots are, it's good. Let's see. Order book. Let me check some work. Order book is pretty thin, yo. Somebody could come around with a bag. Like, look, the book liquidity is 92 million right now.
Let me call my boys while I'll buy 200 Bitcoin real quick.
On TradingView, I use liquidation levels by Leviathan. I have no idea, Sway. I'm still working on wrapping my head around the future of Zach. And it's not just Zach, but it's the founding team of Zach opening their own competing project that is the real sort of wrench in the gears here. But that's actually something I'm gonna research today when I go study. Yeah, I'll dig into it today. I do know that news or not news, it hit the measured move of breaking that bearish channel. I'm bad that wasn't straight and it was bothering the shit out of me. But yeah, I mean, so nothing out of the ordinary chart wise just yet. A little recovery on that red vector, which would be expected. We're in the middle of the pump on M2. And we're inside here. Then we get a bit of a run flat until the 13th. And a bit of a dip. And then another slow climb. This is the dip that's kind of like turning. But that's first week of February. Yeah, taking a counter trade on some of that like reactionary news is usually pretty good money. People overreact and they get back in position. But we still have to figure out the long-term effects. I still need to wrap my head around what that means. So we go back to yesterday's price action. Or not yesterday's, but the main price action that dropped us was what? 1, 2. What was it yesterday? These days are blending together, bro. Well, losing that, right? We had our Asian session and we were saying if UK needed to hold this to remain bullish at these levels, and then went and dropped. But looking at yesterday's is why I brought it up. Yesterday's we did the same thing. Right, so just to show you the US or the Asia UK turnover. You take your Asian session from the top candle on the Asian session, right there, to the bottom. Right? So our UK must hold line yesterday right, that was the Asian range. So the line that UK had to hold yesterday to remain bullish was right at the 0.5 of this range. So UK came in above and couldn't hold. Right? So they trended down for the entire session. UK is one of the best sessions to trade on, honestly, because they tend to pick a direction early and then go in that direction for, you know, most of the session. So there's not a lot of choppiness. But in other words, I'm just saying that's the second day in a row that UK lets us down. Step your game up over there, guys. I mean, I'll trade wherever the setups are, but lately most of the setups have been, most of the longer swing setups have been either after the dump offs in US session or, yeah, Asia, UK. Yeah, so far midweek reversal has been decent. What we're looking for now, in my opinion, is a sweep through liquidity to set up our trap longs going into Friday. Be somewhere around 93-ish.
They might look into trapping shorts today. I don't know.
Hello, Dick. Can you look at Zcash?
Yeah, we were just looking at it earlier. Recovering that vector. Like it's coming in for a type 2. Yeah, it depends on how far it falls through this gap. But you'd be looking for a higher low if you're going for that, if you're going for that vector recovery on the hourly. All a bad setup. How do you look at that? Anything underneath that, I don't know if be too excited about it, but just because all the sketchiness that's going on right now, I feel like you need at least a couple days for that to blow over. But that'd be interesting. Yeah. Yeah, Jasmine just and it's continuing. It's about to cup and handle here.
You think that will still push even though there's no liquidation or motivation for market maker above?
I mean, it'd be difficult, right? We're already into that order block. But the amount of volume that's come in, interesting. Very similar to the last push.
Similar time, similar push.
Oh, no, right?
No shit, you really thought that was him?
No, I'm just making fun. Weren't you doing a Rick voice?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He said that one time, and it became a meme.
But yeah, that volume profile looks like the first one. First one starts to come down, price starts. We'll see. Nice comfy spot to move stops up to though, right? Like at least.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I'm liking this. I like the successful retest of the 50 EMA, the 15-minute. We're consolidating just below the 200, making higher lows so far. Looks good. We just don't need anything to crush our parade or defecate in our cereal.
And let's see. Oh.
I think we're gonna hit these higher targets I have, but yeah, like where's Emad? He's in the same trade. We were getting all excited earlier. We're like, yeah, this is gonna work.
Yeah, Sui needs to perk up here.
I gave up on Fui. Looked like an M was forming.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You already had one play out. You had your M pattern right here. Played out pretty quickly. But then you held your SR flip. So the question is higher low, bigger M, or W pattern breakout?
I saw a bunch of liquidity forming beneath us as well, so
Mm-hmm.
just didn't trust them.
Nah, bulls are being very aggressive. Sentiment is back.
Slippage is crazy on thru. I thought it'd be a bit better. It's just still you get a lot of slippage.
You honestly have to wait for really big dips if you're gonna make a big buy on Sui to not get too much slippage, which is obviously why we get. That's the intention. That's why you have really big drops. The only way for whales to get into positions, especially even on coins that have good liquidity, you got enough money. Like you need that constant selling pressure to fill your orders at those levels, or else you'll slip right back up through the book. Those that get it in time fill their bags. Those that don't create the pump with their slippage.
The pumpy's always out there. Good news, everyone. Nasdaq is going up. Well, Nasdaq futures.
Bro, look at this. Like, I don't even want to adjust the chart, but Nvidia, not looking so good.
Man, yeah, semiconductors were going down today when like almost everything else was going up.
I'm looking so good. SPX still, I'm still standing by this gap fill on S&P, which will
What?
probably
What
be
time frame
during
is
our
that?
downtrend, 1 hour.
I guess I hadn't zoomed out enough to look at that.
But silver's putting in higher lows, platinum's putting in higher lows,
Oh, jeez.
gold is putting in higher lows. Right where it needed to.
Well, S&P, I decided that I'm not gonna look at S&P as much anymore. I'm gonna start tracking the Nasdaq more often because it's all about AI. But that gap on S&P is concerning. I wonder if it's on NDX too. It's got to be, right? Yeah, it's there. Well, we can worry about it tomorrow. There's a gap on NDX to the upside as well. It's a smaller gap. It's at 25,650 basically.
Yeah. All right, we're down to crunch time, y'all. Operation close above the 50 EMA on the daily.
Man, yeah, we only got like 40 minutes left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Bitcoin. You can do this. We all believe in you. I mean, we got some room. As long as it doesn't drop 1/3%. The next 40 minutes, we're good.
Let's go 1 minute on Dom then. If you want to watch the pop on ETH and XRP, you're basically just watching for Dom to break here. Bitcoin Dom for me is the ultimate money flow. indicator. Like you don't really see me use money flow. I mean, unless I'm looking at a specific alt. But the ultimate money flow indicator is Bitcoin down. Right now, to every $10, $5.91 are in Bitcoin. And you can watch the money flow in and out. Alt Bitcoin. As long as it runs, Jake. As long as it runs.
Man, I was on the 4 hour. I thought that we already were above the 50 EMA on the daily, but I was mistaken. We're below it.
Yeah, it's the target on your screen.
Come on, Bitcoin. We got a nice long wick underneath this candle. Just make it happen. Turn green. I bet like 5 minutes before a daily close, there's gonna either someone's gonna come in to save us or someone's gonna come in to say get wrecked.
It'll be the same shit that happened yesterday.
Well, you know what's interesting is that today we dumped before market open. We dumped all through Asia. We dumped all through UK. And then when US market opened, we pumped at 10 o'clock off of the lows. So we're starting to get those type of days like you were looking for. But what exactly do you mean by it'll do the same thing as yesterday, you think?
Like yesterday, we pumped up right about to close, right when we needed to. Then the candle closed, and then after we sent it, and it's like, oh, great. You know what I mean? Like there was a hesitation to send it before the candle.
Like you mean so it stalled out and it didn't quite close above it, but then as soon as the next
Yeah, we
candle
hit
opened, it
target,
ripped.
but the daily candle had already opened.
Okay. Well, we've been going down for 3 days. Like, come on. Throw a dog a bone. Trying to talk the price into doing stuff never works.
That's a good observation, bro. I agree with you.
Which observation?
You said trading crypto this week feels different. It's like it's starting to follow the rules.
Right? It really does feel like that. I've noticed that as well.
It's what happens when the manipulation for accumulation gets released and the price is allowed to move sort of more organically. Remember, we're above the level that we kept getting smacked down when they were they wanted to accumulate underneath 90. So we're above those levels, and now we're starting to see that during US session we're getting pumps and not dumps, which means those people that accumulated are okay with letting price appreciate now. Right? It's time to reason to accumulate is to sell at a higher
Reap the
price.
benefits.
It's stage
Yeah.
2 of the mission now.
They're going to start testing that buy side liquidity to see if there's enough buyers up there to get them up to the price they really want to sell at. They'll probably offload a little bit, but they probably won't be as aggressive anymore because they ultimately want it to go higher. Here we go, Bitcoin. Here we go. I'm freaking starving. I'm about to go get something to eat, probably. I don't want to wait for the daily close, though.
The other day, market maker paid to close above the 50. You reckon he's going to do it again today?
I mean, we'll see. Volume looks kind of shitty right now, though. Just getting a 914 is all we need. Liquidations would take the rest.
Just being cautious because we were there like when we double topped and he didn't push.
The only super cycle I stamp is the metal super cycle. And I've been saying that for almost a year now.
D, so you know when price moves really quickly like this, when there's no volume, is that because people are moving their TPs down, or?
Sometimes it just has to do with the thinness of the order book. Where you don't need a lot of volume, like one person can move the order book significantly. Or it's liquidations, smaller time frames, different exchanges. And yeah, things like moving moving stuff around on the order book. Excuse me. I went over a year without losing my voice on here, and this thing is just being stubborn after being sick.
Dude, I swear sometimes it's like watching paint dry.
It is. I'm used to it though, right? I mean, stayed here for years. You kind of get used. You better get used to it. I don't know why. Just pull up the 1 minute chart or like a 30-second. It'll look more interesting.
I just like when my notifications are ripping, it's like, oh my god, that's so annoying. But when they're not going off, it's like I know the price is just being boring. So I'm like, I just don't have to stare at it, I guess. If something
Boredom,
happens, I'll know.
boredom, and my attention span is the number one reason I mess up trades or just don't enter trades that I should, like because I'm distracted or I lose interest. Even now,
same.
even years later.
Well, really more so because like I miss entering trades, but like I just like if I set up my take profit in the stop loss and can always drag my stop loss into the profit whenever, and so I tend not to mess that stuff up.
Oh, okay.
But like it just like it's not as fun when you're like if you're actively trading like scalping in and out, you're just like, okay, well, this is kind of boring. Like when there's not enough price action, you're just like, this is kind of boring. But if you're in like a longer trade that you're kind of expecting to play out, you're just like, all right, well, I'm waiting.
I always forget you guys actually get to set your limit orders. I haven't set limit orders in almost maybe 2.5 years. I just swap one juke.
Oh yeah.
Means I have to actually like be at the screen always.
Yeah, you gotta actively manage that shit.
Mhm. Well, I mean, Jupe has limit orders, but for whatever reason, I've never had one work. I've never had one fill, not one. So I just
There
stopped
has to
trying.
be. There's got to be someone that's willing to fill that size at that exact price.
Even
Because
on
it's all like
Bitcoin?
peer to peer. Yeah.
I mean, I know
You don't
that.
have a market maker sitting there being like, okay, you wanna sell 10 Bitcoin or whatever, like, I'll buy it right now and then I'll sell it to some other guy. Like you don't have a market maker doing that. If you want to buy 10
Good point.
Bitcoin and there's no one there to sell it to you, like you gotta find someone else that's got 10 Bitcoin to sell to you that's willing to sell at that specific price.
I didn't even think about market makers being involved in the decentralized. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they're not around. So although you can set a limit order, like if somebody's willing to sell it at that exact price that you set the limit at, then it should fill, but you can't really make the price too obscure because, like make it like a
Yeah.
round number or something. That way, in case there's a whale or something that's on the exchange and they're just like, hey, I need to get rid of this, and
If you don't mind me asking, what exchange are you using these days? You don't have to answer that shit. We're on YouTube.
well, I'll DM you.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem.
I got tired of hopping exchanges, man, and then like having to run off another one. The Mexi was the last one I used, and when things went bad with that, I got my money out, and I just never entered an exchange again.
Yeah, I mean, like Kraken's pretty good. But not like they don't do like leverage and stuff.
What's the fees like?
They're not the worst, but they're not the best either. Oh yeah, you only trade on spot anyway, don't you?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like last time I saw Coinbase. Coinbase was expensive as hell.
I mean, I can send you one that like you can buy coins there, and then you can send them off the exchange if you want to keep them safe, and then put them back on. Or if you're actively scalping in and out, you can just like put it in tether at the end of the day and move it out, or whatever stable coin you like, and then just put it back in the next day when you're ready to trade or something.
Take my money in and out. I got you. Yeah, you said
Yeah,
that.
I mean, if you
don't mind.
don't feel safe leaving it. Yeah, let me find you.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Take your time. I'm not in a rush.
I'll get you hooked up. I might actually be able to get you some free money. Not a lot, but
I'm not worried about free money. I just want somewhere to actually have trading tools like stop loss.
oh, dude, you'll love this. I'm gonna do a whole class on how to use the features on the exchange. So, like, if you end up joining, then definitely check that out.
Not having a stop loss as part of my like arsenal has not been good sometimes.
Dude, yeah, trying to reach the full potential of the trade is so hard when you don't have TPs and stop losses.
I guess if anything, it's kind of trained me to be on my toes. Maybe I'm a little sharper because I don't know.
Yeah, but dude, if you had that after doing what you've been doing, like for like what, a year, 2 years now.
2.5 years.
So if you've been doing that on a DEX for 2.5 years, then doing this is gonna be like trading on easy mode.
Sounds fun.
Fees are pretty decent on Kraken Pro, like 0.4% for market buy when you first start out, and then it just goes down and down and down.
Where the hell are you in
So-
chat? Did you like change your picture? Oh no, I got you. Never mind.
So someone said that like Kraken is 0.40% or 0.4 for the buy-in. That would be like what? Like
There's like, okay, so they have maker taker fees. So if you're
yeah.
the maker, then you pay less fees. But if
Yeah.
you're the taker, then you pay higher fees.
I was trying to calculate like what would like that fee be on like $20,000? It'd be like what 80, something like that.
I'm not sure. I mean, all you gotta do is 0.04 times 20K.
Oh, 0.04, not okay. Okay. I thought you said
it might
0.4.
no, it might be 0.4. It might be 0.4. Actually, I'm not sure. Let me check.
Yeah, taker fees are 0.4 and
So yeah, $80.
maker fees start at 0.25.
Oh, so it's the taker is 0.4? That's, yeah, I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, so
I
market
thought you were
would
saying the
have
maker was 0.4.
no,
It's not too bad.
maker 0.25, and then it's on a ladder system anyway, like all exchanges, so it goes down to 0 if you're changing enough.
When it's 1% though, that kind of kills me. That kind of yeah.
Well, you go up. I think there's tiers. I don't know. I know that Coinbase does this. I'm not sure about Kraken, but Coinbase has like this tier system where if you move a certain amount of volume within a certain amount of time, then you can move up tiers, and
Mhm.
they give you more discounts on fees.
Yeah.
And there's also, I mean, neither Coinbase nor Kraken does this. So like as like to my, at least not to my knowledge or as far as I know, but there's exchanges where all you have to do is hold some of their exchange token,
Yeah, KuCoin
and
do that.
you get, yeah, exactly, like KCS. If you held their token, you got like your trading fees were like drastically reduced, and you could pay the trading fees in the KCS. So that's what it was called, right? KCS.
Yeah, I think so.
And like not only were they really cheap, but you could pay it with the coin, and then whenever you could even run a DCA bot that just automatically bought KCS on the exchange every day, like a couple bucks each day. Because if you like, let's say even just you make $100 in a day, you can put 5% of that into KCS. Like you freaking just do an automatic DCA bot or whatever, so you're always holding it, and then it just takes like it's almost like you're not paying fees. Like you are paying fees, but you don't really notice it as much. Some exchanges do cool stuff like that, but to my knowledge, Kraken and Coinbase, neither of them have a native token, so they can't. They need to come out with their own. I mean, Coinbase has base, but it's not. It's just a network. There's no
Yeah, they
coin
don't have a token
attached to
for
it.
it yet. Yeah.
And Kraken has. I mean, they're. I heard they were doing something with Kava or Kusama, one of the two. And then I heard that they were coming out with this blockchain called Ink, or some. I think it was called Ink, and it's supposed to be their native token, but they still haven't talked about it or came out with it yet. It's like top secret or something. And I was like, I don't even know if this is real because I can't get it anywhere. I was like, am I going to be like the first person in the world that gets to invest in this shit? And I'm like, oh yeah, no, probably not, because I can't.
I'll be right back.
All right, another fall short on daily open. Watch them give us that move now. Last week or yesterday, not even last weekend. Look, we still have it up on the chart. How close it came to closing above daily open. Just to pull it back and then give us the move after it didn't really matter anymore. Bunch of trolls. Doesn't change anything for our structure. Our structure is still bullish here. Short term double top that we need to get over, but long term higher low. 15. No. Excuse me.
D, so I asked this earlier. You know, if we're drawing this bear flag here, would you use the lower price action to draw the bottom line and then draw a parallel channel up from there?
For this, like this W here, the slow breaking W that would turn into a bear flag here if it didn't break. Right? Am I looking at the right spot here? So, the reason I haven't drawn it yet is because you need at least the 2 touches on each side. I mean, it could be forming one, right? Remember, slow breaking W's will form bear flags. So if this comes down and touches, then yeah, you have it there. But it really depends on how you want to draw it. If you were drawing this from early, then this is how you'd have had it drawn, because that would have been your 1, 2, 3, and then you would have been looking for a retest to the bottom here. So I guess to answer your question, the top.
So you choose the tops, okay.
Yeah. But
So I
that's
choose the
just if we're
bottoms.
looking for bear flags, right? If you did both, you would be looking at a rising wedge right now.
Because it's a little bit like mini bear flag I drew. Like we almost broke out the top. Now we're trying to break down the bottom.
On what time frame are you?
From the minute time frame.
Oh, okay. That probably explains. Yeah, you're talking about this here, right?
Yeah, that one. I need to keep remembering to press the button.
Yeah, you would have had a break and a retest. So on the 1 minute will play, but it can be sporadic. It's just open to so much volatility, right? Just get 3 or 4 minutes of some volume and then it just blow this thing apart. But that's how I would draw it.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly how I drew it, but yeah.
But the more interesting pattern on the 1 minute would be the M pattern.
Yeah, volume kicked in, got that M pattern breaking.
Yeah, but you'll see sub patterns that if they play out the major pattern, you know, basically the triggers for the major pattern will be smaller sub patterns. But you can really get in the weeds, right? If the dominant pattern hasn't played out yet, then I like to err on the side of that because it hasn't been invalidated. But it does make sense to look at when things are toppy, right? We're in a double top, so you're looking for a higher low. You've got the higher low, right? A high and a higher low with a breakdown of support gives you an M pattern. So you're right to be watching.
Yeah, Tokyo came in and then volume came up. It started going up, but I want to see what Asia does, what China does.
Yeah. The problem is that if you don't compartmentalize the patterns, then you'll end up with like, okay, there's an M pattern here that should bring us down here. There's a flag that should bring us this, but then there's a W pattern here that should bring us here. You know what I mean? And you're like, okay, well, great. Now I'm more confused than I was. So what I do is, if we're in a bullish structure, I'll focus on the more immediate bearish structure that has the biggest measured move, which would be because your bull flag would have a measured move from here, right, from its flag, but the M pattern would have a measured move from the height.
Does that mean Does that mean if we're on bullish momentum on the 5 then? So if we're on bullish momentum, you look for the bullish moves, and then if we're under it, then you look for the bearish moves.
You'll give them a little bit more weight, yeah, but the overall structure is what I mean, right? This is still on the 5-minute, 15-minute a healthy W pattern, right? If you zoom in too much and you let this drop make you forget what the overall sort of play is here, then because what we're talking about, even on that M pattern playing out, we're talking about a drop to that 200 EMA roughly, right, which doesn't invalidate anything. So this is still the dominant pattern. And then underneath that, then you start looking for signs of pivoting. And this is a decent one. If this was going to fall and invalidate, M top at a double top would be a pretty good sign of that. But you'd be waiting for the confirmation of that break.
I just started making it sense in my head. So it was like the M pattern takes us down to about golden pocket, or like the bigger W and the later than that.
Oh, here you go. I'm just doing some research.
I'm stoked my Sui order filled down there 175 did it a little after midnight. Jasmine's ripping all day. Okay.
Link looks promising for a little push here. Just now breaking out. Oh, take it easy, diaries. Yeah, I'm just wrapping up some reading. I need to get some food in me. Stalling out, bro. In the dead gap between sessions, so unless we're gonna get some whales to step in, probably just gonna hang out. That being said, all of yesterday's buys are sitting pretty nice. Now, Serious little order block up there. Give me a second, y'all. My Uber Eats is outside. All right. Let me go real quick. Before I go, like what we were talking about before, basically the same play out from yesterday. We had to get above, we got up, barely missed it, and then tapped above after daily close. And now we're going for a bit of a retrace. Doesn't mean we had to come all the way back down. This means we had a swing failure pattern above that order block. I'm gonna go eat so I can get some energy because I'm dragging ass right now. I'm starving. From here though, we do anything crazy, I'll pop back in.
We're going back to 95K.